ready to see. A cargo. Business has been kind of slow so far. Hoping you can hear me. I'm not sure how much of a delay there really is right now on my stream, and I don't even know how the stream looks like and how the audio is like. I'm hoping you can hear me and there isn't too long of a delay. I'm just like trying to do some sorting right now. Yeah, let me know if you can hear me. You're the first person that has said anything in chat, so I wasn't able to really test out and see what my audio is like. Like if the music's too loud, if you're actually able to hear me. Okay, that's good. I know there's a little bit of a delay. I just don't know how much of a delay there is. I have not streamed in like last time I did any kind of streaming, it was like on Twitch TV back when I used to do a lot of gaming, and that was almost 10 years ago now. I've never done it on YouTube, so I don't know what it's like here on YouTube. And yeah, I guess I'm not entirely sure how to see any kind of chat messages like the best on YouTube here. Yeah, I thought I'd just stream for a bit while like working and seeing if I can get streaming to work. I figure I might as well stream while just like trying to organize and work a bit. Just trying to like look up an item right now that I picked up. I have a bunch of like Dawn cards for One Piece, and I don't know if they're actually worth anything. Some Dawn cards I know are. Oh. Did my phone camera go off? It's weird. Okay, it's good that the delay isn't terrible. I just don't know how long of a delay there is. It seemed like there was like a really long delay earlier, and now I'm not sure why. I'm like using my phone to stream right now, and that seemed to have cut off for some reason. I don't know why. Just like streaming from my phone or using my phone's camera is a lot better. I think the webcam on my laptop isn't too good. I wanted to see if I could use my phone instead. But how are you doing tonight? That's weird. I might have to restart. I have to restart this app. That is so weird. I am not sure why my phone is not connected anymore to the stream. That's the way to do it, though. I wish I had at least like a part-time job right now, which I'm considering starting to like look for like a part-time job. Um, I hadn't planned on quitting my full-time job in order to try to do this full-time, but it just so happenly kind of worked out. It sucks that you had car problems and super cold where you live. Where do you live? I mean, it's cold here right now. It's like freezing temperatures here in Washington, which is, I mean, if it gets below 30, that's pretty cold here, at least in the area of Washington that I'm in. Oh, okay. That's what happened. I might have to... Ah, there we go. For some reason it had connected to my other scene? Like, I don't even have like a proper phone stand, so it's pretty terrible. I'm like having to prop it on like 2 boxes just to get my phone in position. I really need to buy some sort of like little phone tripod thing. North Indiana, it's been -4. I've never been in temperatures that cold before. That sounds like really cold. I think the coldest I've ever felt, I don't think I've even felt like 1-digit temperatures before. The coldest temperatures that I can remember seeing like on my phone or on the news or something at the time, it was like 17 degrees here, which was like freezing. But -4 sounds, it sounds really cold. Anything like in the negatives sound incredibly cold. I'm actually not sure how to search this card up. So what type of TCGs do you focus on listing card cargo? Oh, that's why I have so many of these cards. I have like a fat stack of all of these same cards, and I'm like looking them on TCG Play right now. I've never seen them before, but it looks like they only go for a few cents each. There's different versions of them. I have no idea what version this one is. Show you what I'm looking at. Switch scenes. Okay, so I don't have this version. This one's only worth, God, like 2 cents, but it looks like they actually sell. Wow, there are people that will buy. I actually bought 124 of those just earlier today for 5 cents each, but I would never sell them that cheap. Wow, some people are buying these in bulk, but yeah, it just wouldn't be cost effective to try and list them this cheap and then send them out. I need to find a way where I could. Oh, is that the chat there? Okay, I think I finally got the chat screen on my OBS now. Like, even OBS is like different from how it used to be when I had last used it years ago. -4 with the wind. Oh yeah, I think the wind, even here when it's like above freezing, but as soon as you get that little bit of gust of wind, it feels so much colder. Magic mostly, try and expand maybe in Flesh and Blood. How's Flesh and Blood in your area? There's a community here in Washington State of a fair bit of Flesh and Blood players, I believe. At least like one of the card stores I go to, they always have like a ton of Flesh and Blood bulk. What was I saying? But I never really see people playing it. But I think the Flesh and Blood players and like the Magic players play on like different days, which is why we don't really run into them. But it seems like Flesh and Blood is fairly popular here. I just know like nothing about Flesh and Blood. I hear it's like, I've heard people describe it as like a better version of Magic, but I don't know how the mechanics work at all. I don't know. I don't know if it's like less like RNG compared to Magic. Like, I'm assuming you play some Magic as well, and I feel like in Magic, you know, like getting mana screwed or like land screwed is like the worst way to lose a match. I've had it where I start with, you know, 2 lands and you never draw into more lands, and it's like, all right, game over, let's go to the next game. No card stores in your town. Closest one is 30 minutes away. Wow, so I mostly look at online single sales. It seems to be doing well from a single standpoint. Oh, okay, so do you just like buy singles online and then like try to resell them like whenever you find a good deal? That's unfortunate. I probably have lived somewhere where like the nearest card store was like 30 minutes away. I've always lived near like bigger cities or pretty suburban areas, so I feel like there has always been card stores near me. I just don't always know where they are, and I've only been more mindful and more aware of card stores around me in like the last year, since I've been kind of like focusing on this, and since I've been, you know, playing Magic. So I've only been playing Magic for about a year. Yeah, singles, I feel like singles market, like if you can like buy singles like cheaply and then like resell it, that's probably the more better way of doing it, rather than like, I mean, you can see all of my shelves with all of my like my bulk and stuff on there. It's just it's a lot of bulk and it's a lot of cards, and I would rather deal with less cards and have a higher profit margin per card rather than dealing with a lot of like low value cards. Try to find bulk. I need a, let's see if I can make this chat bigger so it's easier to read. Try finding bulk, but never have any luck, so I look for cheap box deals and mass open them and list them on TCG Player. Okay, so I know some people that do that, and I'm actually trying to do that. I actually have, like, where is it? Maybe I'll show it to you. There's like a video I want to make on it eventually. I'm assuming you have seen some of my videos. Where do I have all my cards? Oh, is it here? Oh, yeah. I think it's this box. Ah, I have to dig bigger. Oh, it's kind of buried. But, I mean, I still go to, like, pre-releases, and I don't play, like, every week, or I don't go to draft in person like I used to every week. I mean, it gets kind of expensive, but I do decently well drafting when I play Magic. But, like, the last Foundations pre-release, oh no, they, like, all fell. This is not all of them, but it's like, these were, like, all my winnings from the weekend. I went to, like, 5 events, and I think I won 30 packs. Oh, these. When I first started playing Magic, I went pretty deep into playing Magic, and like wanted to like learn everything I could. And there was an event at one of the local game stores that I go to, and it was called a win a box event. So you buy like an overpriced like draft ticket, you get into a pod of 8. And you're able to win a box. So I was actually able to like win 2 boxes of March of the Machine. So I have them sealed still, but I don't know if I'm going to open them or if I'm going to just like sell them. I don't know what like the estimated value is in the cards in here. But yeah, I have a bunch of just like loose packs from just like all of my draft and pre-release winnings. So, yeah, I used to play a lot of Arena too. That's how I got like a lot better, and I started to like fine tune my drafting skills. Would watch tons of drafting videos and practice. You know, I would draft nearly every day, like on Arena at one point. And I think I got like decently. I was decent at it. But yeah, I did pretty good playing in-person drafts. So I typically would go like 2-1. You know, for Arena, you can go up to like 7 wins. So I guess like if you're doing it by like comparison of doing it like in Arena, basically what you have to go, is it 7 wins before 3 losses? So I guess it would be comparable to going what, like 4-2 or 6-3? Because it's kind of like 2-1. So I was able to consistently go like 2-1. Going like 3-0, like locally, was pretty tough. There are some like really good players in my area. I feel like your first 2 opponents, if you can like win your first 2 games, you know, your first opponent's usually like, sometimes you get unlucky and you get matched with someone really good, and you might go 0-1, but then you can like easily win your next 2 games. But it's usually always my third opponent, whether it's like a pre-release or like a draft, they're always like so much better than me, and I either need like the better deck, or I need to just like draw better than them, because they're usually better players. They very rarely like make mistakes, and I'm always like doing misplays. I'm forgetting triggers. I am not sure which card this is. Yeah, if you don't have a lot of, if the nearest like store to you is about half an hour away, I imagine there aren't as many players, so maybe there just isn't much of a community like where you live, and it's hard to get bulk. I feel like bulk is like plentiful here, where trying to sell like bulk locally would be like very difficult. Like I need to try and offload some of the bulk that I have, just because I have so much of it. But I don't know if I can do that locally. I might have to try and like sell it online and sell it for cheap, but then there's like shipping, so the shipping will eat into profits. That's like the only downside, I feel like, with bulk. It's crazy. I think these One Piece Dawn cards would sell, but it might be a slow seller. But it would be nice to even sell like each of these for like 19 cents each. What do you do for work that you're actually working this late right now? The third shift is... I never know like what the different like rotations or shifts are. I know I had a friend that like worked some crazy hours where it was like 8 to like 4 in the morning. Is that like what third shift is? Played a ton of the Hearthstone in college arenas. Oh, that's one of the digital card games I used to play. There was like another card game that was more similar to Magic that I used to play a lot of, but I did used to enjoy playing a lot of Hearthstone. So I did a lot of like drafting, whatever it's called in Hearthstone. It's been so many years since I've last played Hearthstone. But I think I was about average, maybe a little bit above average in Hearthstone as well. Won a couple college tournaments. Nice. I wish I played more in my younger years. I feel like it's disconnected. Okay. I am hoping my stream is... I think the stream is back up. I have fast internet connection here, but it seems to hiccup every once in a while. Sorry, but what I was saying is if you actually have stores in your area that are actually buying bulk, that probably means there really isn't a lot of competition around your area, and they're able to take in the bulk. Stores here in my area, I've heard that they haven't taken bulk in years, just because there's so much of it. Some of the stores that I even go to, they have bulk bins where you can just like leave your bulk there, and anyone is welcome to come by and just like take any bulk that they need. The stores don't even want it. They basically just like set it out there for free. 7 p.m., 9 a.m. stocking at night. Pays bills? Yeah, you gotta do what you gotta do to survive. Luckily, I was able to save enough where I could, if I wanted to, not work for the next year and be able to pay the bills. So I think that's like why I am focusing so hard on trying to build this business now, because I have about a year before I have to worry about really like finding a job again. right now I'm just organizing some of the bulk that I got for like next to nothing. I just haven't had any of these BCW like 4 and 5 row boxes made, so I decided to make a bunch of them tonight and start organizing a little bit. So I have everything in these like 5 row boxes and not just like loose in like random boxes. Stream is cutting out around every 4 seconds. Okay, so there must be... That's kind of annoying. There must be an issue then with... I don't know, is it like the latency? It looked like the frames are dropping. I just wish I knew how to like diagnose these things better. Like my internet here, at my new place, it's actually pretty fast. It's just, yeah, it seems to like hiccup every once in a while. Oh, the primary audio cutting out. Okay, that's weird. So the video's fine. I am not sure how to figure that out. The audio is cutting out. I'm actually not even sure where the audio is picking up from. I'm assuming the audio is picking up through my phone and not my computer. Does the audio cut out completely for even like the music plus, I guess like my microphone audio as well? I'm not sure how to fix the audio issue. I'm gonna have to see if this stream gets saved on my YouTube later and hear it for myself and see, I guess, like how the stream actually looks. Oh, that has to be really annoying if my audio cuts out every 2 to 3 seconds. I'm sorry. I'm not sure what to do to even fix that right now. I'm wondering if it's just because I'm not talking close enough or loud enough where it's able to like register when I'm speaking. Let me see. Yeah, I'm not sure what could be causing the audio to cut out then. Alright, Car Cargo. Thanks for stopping by. You have you have a good night. Seems to be fixed. I can actually still watch. Job change what I was doing. But my expenses. Wait, I thought you had to go. Expenses are super low, so it helps a lot when selling. Less urgency. That's good. Cost of living here, like where I live, is not cheap. I think that's like the downside. I'd like to I feel like there's like pros and cons for like living in places that are like a little bit more rural. Like I like the idea of a rural like lifestyle where it's like really quiet and you don't have a lot of people around. That's like very appealing to me. But in order to like source inventory, you kind of need a lot of people around, or to have like people to sell, so you need like a lot of people around, unless you can I guess like source inventory easily and then like sell online, which is kind of what I'm doing. I think that's why like the trying to sell like online for me is much better than trying to sell like locally, because locally it's so saturated. There are timestamps. Alright. So I know when messages get posted. I feel like when I used to stream before, like on Twitch, someone would come and say something and I didn't even realize that they came into the stream like an hour ago. And I'm like talking to them as though they're still there, and I realize, oh, they said something an hour ago and they're no longer there. I'm gonna grab some more iced tea. You have to work in the freezer, has no reception, but they still have me on the floor. Total cost of living is... Wait, total cost of living as in like rent, food, bills is $1,200? Mixing some iced tea real quick. find a way to make the text bigger. My laptop screen isn't the biggest, so it's like hard to read. Like you said, no bulk here due to less population in rural. Yeah, I guess that's like the downside. I've heard of like people talk about like when I watch like other YouTube videos. But sorry. Yeah, when I've like watched a lot of YouTube channels, in the comments that I've like read or like just like on forums, a lot of people would talk about how like the area that they're in, it's really hard for them to source bulk. I find that there's a lot of bulk where I live. It's just finding it at the right price, because a lot of people, even though there's like a lot of bulk here, a lot of people here are asking a bit too much for how plentiful it is. It's like, it's so easy to get that I could, you know, spend 10 or 15 minutes and easily find someone else to meet up with me to like sell me bulk. So like, it's like kind of like, why would I buy, let's say like for Magic, it sounds like the industry standard's about $5 per thousand. And the people that want like $10 or $20 per thousand, it's just like, I could probably find someone else that will sell me theirs for $5 per thousand. All included, paid off car and cheap. Wait, so do you own your own home as well? Cheap mortgage? That is nuts. I don't know if you've ever seen the video that I think it might have been my first video I made. It's one of my like earlier videos, but this new place that I live in now, and this is like considered like fairly cheap and fairly good for the area that I'm in. It's basically a 1-bedroom, about 600 square feet, and it's like above someone's garage. And I pay $1,500 a month just for this place. They wanted $1,500 plus $150 for like internet and like utilities, but I was able to talk them down, since it was, you know, at someone's home, to let me rent this place for $1,500, which I thought was like a really good deal, and it is for the area that I'm in. But I can't imagine only having to pay $1,200 a month for like all like living expenses. But I'm assuming wages there are also lower, so I think that's like what the downside. So yeah, I don't know. It's crazy to hear and think about like how much cheaper it is to like live in other parts of the country compared to a lot of the like bigger cities here on the West Coast, or even like the East Coast. But yeah, if it only cost me $1,200 a month for all of my living expenses, I would have like a few years worth of savings saved up to like just like solely focus on like making this business work. What was I doing? Oh, I'm just gonna put away organize my other boxes. Yeah, like, I don't know how well you can see, like I have like 2 5-row boxes here and I have a 4-row box here. And they're each about like half full, but this is just like all bulk I was able to get in the last few weeks or so. Just, there's a lot of it, and a lot of it is like junk and it may not sell. Like some of these, probably most of these cards, I will probably have to like sell in like bulk lots where it's like 1,000, 1,000 cards for like $5 or $10. Watched most of your videos, and the 1500 rank caught me off guard. Didn't buy in at a good time with my wife. My house, the 3-bedroom, 1.5 bath garage for 9. Wow, yeah, that's crazy. Like, I think before I decided to pay the rent that I have here, I would have probably had close to that much saved up. Like being able to buy a house for that much, even if it's like an older house, like, a home is a home. Owning property is always good. I mean, I used to own property back when I used to live in Los Angeles, but it's even like more expensive here. And I'm by myself now. I used to own property with my brother. I just wouldn't be able to do it by myself. But yeah, thanks for watching most of my videos. I've been trying to churn them out and like create content like at least like every 3 to 4 days or so. So at least like twice a week. It's just like, I realize it's not too hard creating the content. It's more time consuming. What I realize editing the videos, even though it seems like there's not like a lot of editing done. It's just, yeah, it's a lot more time consuming. Like if it takes me, let's say like half an hour to like record a video, I probably spend like at least like 2 to 3 hours trying to like quickly edit the videos, and I never knew how time consuming it would be. I understand why people say like they spend like hours or days like editing like one video. Like, I feel like my videos aren't even edited well, but just like creating the titles, the thumbnails, and like cutting out all of the stutters and mistakes and all that stuff. It takes a lot of time. I don't know if you can see this box, but it's like a one-piece box, and someone basically gave me all of these for free. Just a bunch of like Magic cards that probably have like no value. It's like true bulk. I don't think there's even any what they call it in Magic, not hollows, foils. I don't think there's even like any foils here. essentially just like straight bulk, just commons and uncommons. But I'll have to like sift through them and see if there are any cards of any value. That's going to be like much later down the line. I don't know. I have to find time to sort. Like sorting is like the most time consuming part of trying to run a bulk business. Alright, I think I finally have all of my cards in like card boxes now, and they're not just like loosely sitting in boxes, in a bunch of like random boxes at least. See, my floor is 20 cents, which means bulk sits for longer, but you do get buyers. I had an order last week for 131 bulk commons, uncommons for 31 bucks. If they were a low price, it would be like, yeah. So I think that's why I have my floor at 19 cents, because I realize a lot of sellers either have theirs either at 25 cents or 20 cents. So I was like, I'll put it at 19 cents. So hopefully my cards might be a little bit more appealing, but I don't think I've ever had a bulk order lot for 131 cards. I think the most I've ever gotten was close to 50, and I actually mailed it in 2 separate envelopes, just so I wouldn't have to put it in a bubble mailer, and that would have cost something like $5. Because I'm on like the West Coast, like anywhere that I mail out my like bubble mailers or anything that needs to go in a box, it just costs a lot more than me, or it costs a lot more than it does for someone that lives a little bit more centralized in the U.S. Not sure if my stream is starting to drop. I'm getting an error saying it's like dropping frames. Yeah, my internet's kind of like all over the place. It's like really annoying, but it's not. I don't know how good this internet is when it comes to streaming. But yeah, I definitely need to focus on listing more cards. Roughly, if you're in California, not the cost, but it doesn't make it sometimes within 7 to 10 day limits. Some drops, but nothing crazy. Okay. Yeah. I don't know how I can actually make it more smoother. Like I said, my download and upload speed is like 100 megabits per second, so pretty fast. It's just there's always like blips I've noticed. Like sometimes it takes a while for like a page to load for me. Yeah, that's what I'm kind of worried. I don't know. I had one order yesterday that I'm a little bit worried about because I got a message on TCG Player about a $20 order, and they mentioned that all of their other orders that they've placed on TCG Player has already came in, and my order hasn't came to them yet, but it's only been about 7 days. So I told them, hey, like, I have until like the 27th for my order to get to you. Do you mind like waiting a few more days? And he was just like, I guess, but like he was like reiterating like all his other orders came in, but I don't think he realized that I'm all on the West Coast and it's going all the way to the East Coast. It's naturally going to take longer to get there. It should have gotten to him already, but yeah, I don't know. I don't know if there's just like there's some sort of delay, if there are like storms going on where the mail's taking a little bit longer to potentially get to him, but it's a bit worrisome. Like I'm hoping he isn't just trying to, I don't know what the word is, not really scam, but like he got the order, but he's claiming that it didn't get to him. And when the orders get closer to like $15, $20, those are usually like bigger orders for me. I feel like anything over like $5, since I offer like free shipping, that's usually pretty good. But yeah, definitely orders over like $10 to $15. I worry about a bit because they can just easily claim like they never received it. I'm not going to track an order that only costs that much because that would eat into my profits more. So, if he's claiming in a few days that he never got the order, I guess I'm going to have to refund him fully and just hope that it does show up. The cards do show up, and then he has the integrity to send the cards back to me. Yeah, it's just annoying. I don't like that you need to just accept that it comes with the business and it's part of doing business. I hear a lot of people talk about that, but it's really crappy that people are willing to claim that they didn't receive something when they did. And it's not like we're some big store or a shop. Even a person that owns a shop, I feel like you shouldn't do that to them because small shop owners they're struggling too, and margins aren't very good. My margins are not bad because I get my bulk pretty cheap, but it still hurts to lose out on a sale that costs that much. Okay, I should probably start listing. I wonder if I can change. Guess maybe I can just use my laptop view now instead of using my camera. I was just only using my camera or my phone camera, since if I was going full screen, the quality of the phone is so much better than my laptop. But with my laptop shrunk down, it may not matter. Oh, I need to grab another 5-row box. That's why I was building them. I was out of built 5-row boxes to store all of my my TCG player like inventory. That I was like, okay, I need to like start making some boxes in order to put them, have boxes to put them in. Yeah, I'm not sure if you care like which, if this is like, I guess my desktop screen or just like a full screen mode. Figure at least like that way you can kind of see like what I'm doing on my actual computer monitor. Purple. Okay. I haven't listed in a few days, and I need to remember where I last left off. Trying to hurt small business way more. I just try the best customer service and quick shipping. Yeah, that's what I try to do too. I've worked in a lot of like customer service industry, so I feel like my customer service is pretty good, and I know how to handle difficult customers. It just hurts. Like when, like, yeah, like I said, like luckily my cost of goods is pretty low, so my profit margins are higher, but it's still, even though I didn't pay a lot for those cards, I put a lot of time in order to, that's what I'm looking for. I put a lot of time to essentially create value in the product that I have, like I have, like you've seen the video of like, there's like 31 boxes of bulk I have. Like, I don't know how long it's going to take me to go through that. I haven't even touched that yet because there's still like other bulk I need to go through first. But I'm basically trading my time in order to create value for my bulk cards. Like, I need to sift through that bulk in order to find the bulk of value to then like sell. And who knows like how much time I had to put in to find those cards. Even though I got them for really cheap, only to then like have the customer say like, oh, I didn't receive the cards. So that could have been easily like an hour or two of like my work trying to find those particular cards, list them on TCG Player. Like I offered him free shipping, so like that shipping cost is now gone as well. There's just like a lot of like factors involved when it comes to losing out on product. It's just not like just like the product itself. It's a lot of it is like the time. Yeah, you see like even like these images, they're not, some of them don't load quick, and I feel like they should be like loading instantly. I don't know what's going on with the internet. That Oh yeah, that's what I needed to do. I'll probably do that tomorrow though. There's a video that I had created on like how I like list these like Japanese like One Piece cards. Forgot that I recorded it like 2 or 3 days ago. I just haven't taken the time to actually editing it fully yet. So that's something I think I need to try and do tomorrow and see if I could maybe release sometime tomorrow. Because like when was like my last video? Like I said, I try to if I can release a video like every 2 to 3 days. Just because I do have like a lot of ideas. It's just time consuming to have to like edit videos. Just why I feel like my videos are still they're gonna probably be like low effort for a while until I get better at editing videos and I can like do them more quickly. Like my last video, oh man, it's the like to dislike ratio was not good. When was this? Is there a way to see when did this video come out? I don't even know how to navigate this. Does it say when it went live? 22nd. So yeah, tomorrow would be day 3 then. Huh, okay. So yeah, maybe trying to put out another video would be good. A lot of moving parts when it comes to sorting listing. Do you use CSV files to list? Yes. So for Magic, I do. I had recently learned how to do the CSV files, and that does help a lot, which is why I decided that I'm not going to list anything that's not near mint, just because I have so much bulk. The problem is a lot of the bulk that I get, I feel like is either like light played and below. So yeah, I don't know. I'm still trying to figure out exactly what is considered truly like near mint. Like, can there be like a small ding on the card? I know there can be like some whitening. There could be like light scratches on the card. I just don't know like what is considered. What would consider like a card go from like near mint to like lightly played? So I feel like I'm a little bit strict when it comes to what I consider near mint, and I just use a CSV file. And I'll just like start going down the list and listing all of my cards. Like set wise, I've done everything from Foundations to Murders of Karlov Manor. So like the next Magic set I need to list, which is the first one I started playing, was Lost Caverns of Ixalan. So I need to start listing that one. But I kind of want to go through and do all of these like Japanese One Piece first, like when I'm on OP6. I've already done 9, so after 6 there's like 7 and 8. I wanted to like get all those listed, and then I was gonna decide like, okay, what do I want to do? Do I want to start listing a bunch of like Pokemon bulk, or do I want to continue doing like my Magic bulk, because I have so much of that stuff still. I have read their article on how to determine it. They even have like a document, like a 5-page document on it. And I've gone through it and I've like read it and seen it, but it's still kind of confusing because they have like a point system. And if a card has like so many points, it then gets like knocked down to a certain condition. It's just trying to remember all of those like requirements, or like what would be considered like a 1 point or 2 point, like minor scuffing, whitening, how like far away the whitenings can be before it's considered like minus like 1 point. It's like, it's very technical. And I feel like 99% of sellers don't know all of that. They either don't remember it, or they kind of go by what they feel like is like near mint or like lightly played. So I think the only thing I worry about is if I do have cards that I'm selling as near mint that may not be considered near mint, and eventually I would like to be on TCG Player Direct once my inventory is bigger, because I only have like 15,000 cards right now in my inventory. And it's not even 15,000 like unique cards. I don't even know how this number gets determined, but it says I have 15,000. I feel like I have more than 15,000 between my Magic and my One Piece cards. Looking at it, it might be more than 15,000, but it says it's 15,000, so. Listing the Magic first. See, the Magic ones are the ones that I feel like are most familiar to me. I like that the font is bigger on Magic. Like, you have the set symbol, which I know all the set symbols up until like Lost Caverns of Ixalan, obviously. I know some of the ones like before then too. Like, I know Wilds of Eldraine is like the book, but I don't know too many of them. I feel like it is easier to read and list compared to, especially all the Japanese stuff I have, because like the Japanese stuff, it's kind of like what I'm about to do now. I need to go to the photo. I need to, use a snipping tool, snip it, open it up in Paint, expand it, make it bigger in Paint, and then save as a JPEG. Oh, forgot to delete all my stuff. And then now I have a stock image of this card that I can now list on TCG Player. Whereas like with Magic, it's just like a CSV file and I just go down the list. As long as I already have everything organized, I can just use the CSV and input like the quick list option is faster if you can. I don't have like a phone stand. If I had like a good phone stand, I think it could be easier. Oh, did I get disconnected again? I'm hoping I'm still connected, but yeah, like even like my Pokemon bulk, most of it is Japanese. I do have a good amount of English Pokemon bulk. The only thing for me is I don't know how well Pokemon bulk sells. Like my Magic bulk has slowed down significantly. I don't sell too much Magic anymore. So it tells me that a lot of the 19 cents and above cards have sold essentially. Most of my Magic bulk is probably in the 10 cent to 1 cent range. Thank you, Samuel. Really appreciate it. Yeah, I wasn't sure if anyone would even come to the stream tonight. I figure like if anything, I just turn on the stream for a few hours and just try to work and like try to list more. But yeah, I probably do need to focus on my Magic bulk. I think the most annoying part about, I'm still trying to figure out like a good process of how to sort, because I keep getting like more modern stuff. So I've already listed, all of my cards from Murders of Karlov Manor to Foundations. But like even now, I'm still getting more like Foundations. I'm getting more Outlaws of Thunder Junction. So it's like, okay, when do I sort through those again and then like add that to my current like inventory? Magic's better for singles, high variety, better sell through Pokemon unless it's high value. It seems bulk lots, Pokemon eBay is much more profitable. That's what I've heard about Pokemon. Like any cards like under $5 or less don't really sell for Pokemon, but I wanted to give it a try anyways and try to like list a bunch of Pokemon. It's just, yeah, I worry about like spending all that time trying to sort through Pokemon bulk and then like none of it selling. But that's what I thought about Japanese One Piece. I didn't think any of these cards would sell, but they're surprisingly, like the last few months, they've been selling pretty well for me. Anything that allows you to potentially make more money while you work anyways, never a bad idea. Yep, I definitely agree with that. Pokemon's bulk based, Magic is single based for sure. It's good to know. Yeah, like I said, I don't really have the experience when it comes to Pokemon yet because I haven't listed any Pokemon. But it seems like everyone it's either people that just want like a lot of like cheap Pokemon bulk that have like decent value where you can give them like hollows or like rares or something, or maybe like full art or something in some sort of like Pokemon bundle, which is what I want to try and create. And it's just like locally, I feel like a lot of people like on Facebook Marketplace that sell a lot of Pokemon bundles. I don't know if I could make some and then um, list them on eBay and they would sell pretty well. But I would have to think of different Pokemon bundle ideas. Wow, 3K Crown Zenith near mint bulk and only 20 cards have sold over the year. That's pretty bad. Pokemon's all about the thrill, the mystery. Magic is the thrill of getting something powerful to play with. Yeah, I agree with that. People love that chasing and gambling, I feel like, when it comes to Pokemon and ripping packs. Let me see if I can do reconnected. Try to do a speed test. I mean, the download rate's a little bit slower than normal right now, but yeah. I don't know why I keep getting hiccups in my internet. But I mean, this is plenty fast. Oh, I guess even like the upload speed is a little bit slow right now. I wonder if I maybe have to just turn down my bit rate to something a little bit lower. Create the same experience for Pokemon, then that's how you create dividends on your investment. Magic is more waiting for someone to inevitably selling singles because every card has some playability. Yeah, I feel like there are cards, like common cards that I've sold where I was surprised that they actually even sold. Like, what was it? It just got reprinted recently, like Bite Down. Someone bought like a playset of Bite Down from me. Uploads only choke point for streaming. Yeah, it was at 80 megabits per second earlier. Before I started streaming, I checked it and it was at 80. So I don't know why it's only at 20 right now. I don't know what my bit rate is set at. I think I have it at... Maybe I should turn it down and restart the stream. Where do I find that again? Output? Yeah, maybe I need to turn... I have my bit rate at like 12,000 kilobits per second. Maybe I should turn it down to like 9 or 10. What quality are you streaming out? Maybe drop it to 720 or so. I think it is. I don't know. I don't know like what all of the OBS settings mean. It says my rescale output is at 1280 by 720. Matching bitrate to camera quality is an easy way to help with low speeds. See, the thing is, this is not normal. Like, my speeds are usually a bit faster. It's just not consistent right now, and there's been like hiccups or something. Drop it down to 550. Okay, well, let me see. I don't know if I need to restart this. Oh. Okay, I am not sure if the stream's still working. I'm hoping it restarted and it's working. Oh, I realize it's like super bright in the background. Oh, yeah, it might look a little better rather than having like a super bright background. I wasn't sure if it restarted or not. It looked like it was like restarting. So hopefully it's better now. Oh jeez, I think it's this background that makes everything super bright. Is there like a dark mode for TCG player actually? I realize just like how bright it is. I don't think there is, huh? I feel like I would have found it already if there is. Okay, I better start snipping. Actually, I'm wondering if does doing this freeze the stream at all? I feel like the snipping software like kind of freezes things on screen. We have buffered, looks more stable. If it doesn't, then you can restart after you aren't stable. Okay, I'll try it again. Okay, so yeah, I probably had it on too high then. It's weird. Yeah, I feel like the internet here has been it's been pretty good, but I don't know why it's been lately. It just hasn't really been too stable. Well, I really appreciate it, Samuel. It's definitely my goal to keep like growing the channel, hopefully get it monetized and have this as even like a small supplemental income. Like even if I'm just making like $100 a month off of YouTube, that would definitely help sustain myself trying to do this like long term. I'm just hoping to keep continuing to like create content that is informative enough. I feel like I'm just like very new and still like very unsure of like what I'm doing. But whenever I do find something that does work, and even if it's like a learning process on like my end, I try to create content on it. It's just like how I was telling Card Cargo about it. Like, I never found anyone that kind of explained a good way of listing Japanese cards on TCG Player. Like I didn't even really think about and realize you could do that until I saw someone else list. I think like on Magic they had listed another foreign language card. They had a picture of it, and in the description it said like Italian or Japanese or Chinese or something. And I was like, oh, I wonder if I can actually do that with like One Piece. And like what was the process and the best way of trying to upload photos of it rather than taking each individual photo of every card and then like uploading it on TCG Player. I found that like just using a stock image is just as good. Key is finding value for other people, so whoever you want to use this platform to help, do that thing for them. If that's helping people that want to start how to sell cards, use this time too. Yeah, that's why I feel like I wanted to start now, even though I wanted to start creating videos like much earlier on in my process. Like I would have really, ideally, I would have loved to started making content at level 1. But I'm already like level 4 now, but I slowly got to level 4 and I wasn't really focused on the business, and I was still like learning how to sell things on TCG Player and the best way of like doing things. So there's still like a lot of learning that I'm doing, but I did want to kind of document my process like earlier on and kind of show people like how I started and how they can start. And I thought it would just be like a fun process to show people. Describe what and why you're doing it. Yep, that's what I've been trying to do. Like I have all these. I have this like Google Docs here of just like, oh well, that's some personal information. Just like ideas of like how to create certain types of like content, or like what kind of content I wanted to create. When you fail, find a bump in a rope or whatever it might be. It's an opportunity for others to learn. Yep. So I think that's what my first negative feedback video was about. Tried to show like how I dealt with that. That was the first time I ever got any kind of like negative feedback, and I wasn't sure how to deal with it. I was like doing Google searches. I was trying to see. I even contacted TCG Player to see like what I should do next. But that video didn't actually do too well, surprisingly. I thought it would do a bit better just because it would give people an idea of like what to do if, you know, like, or like how to deal with negative feedback and like how other people have dealt with it. Like a channel from the processes you do, but also seeing how you're handling issues or how you run your business. Yep, that's this. The way I'm running this channel is exactly how I wanted to watch. Like how the way I run this channel and the content that I make is what I look for when I look at like other smaller YouTube channels. Like I wish that there were like certain things that they would show me and like how they do certain things, and it's kind of like what I would either Google or go on YouTube to search for. Like before I even thought about creating a TCG Player account, before I even created my eBay account, like what things did I want to like research and figure out. Before I wanted to give it a shot and see what it was like selling cards. If you're at level 4, you may not be able to help with level 5, but you can explain the process to get from 4 to 5 or how to get from 1 to 2. Yep. So, unfortunately, there is no 5. Level 4 is the highest you can get to. My goal was to get to level 4 as quickly as possible, but that's like another like video that I was like thinking about making. I still remember like my process from when I created my account. So when you first create your account, you're level 1, and then from like level 1 to level 2, I feel like that's like the biggest milestone. And yeah, like I said, it's another video I was gonna make, show like the different cards that I sold, like what my strategy was to get to like level 4 as quickly as possible. Actually, it was, I knew like if I could get to level 3 as quickly as possible, that's like what I ideally wanted. Because at level 3, you can like list something like 50,000 cards, and I don't even have close to that listed yet. The less broad your audience is, the less views you will get, but depends on the purpose for you. Do you want to help out a lot of people or help a specific group of people or even subgroup of people? So I feel like channels like mine, it's a pretty small niche. There's not a lot of people that there's a lot of people that are interested in trading cards in general these days. Like look at like the Pokemon world right now. It's like it's booming. Even Magic is more popular than it has been, I've heard, in like the last few years. There's just a lot of people into trading cards. It's just there's not a lot of people that may have interest in selling trading cards. But I wanted to not have a channel where it was just talking about like my processes of selling trading cards, but like even like the last few videos I made, it's for people that are like looking to collect or like looking to invest. Like what my process was to source cards. Like I need to go out there and look for good deals to buy. I don't have a distributor. I don't have a wholesaler that I can just call up or order a bunch of like boxes of cards for. I need to go out like everyone else and stand in lines and be on the lookout for good deals in order to like buy product and then like resell. Googled so much stuff I really want to YouTube stuff. I made like one goal video like 5 months ago. I mean, I feel like it's like a lot of other YouTubers that are in the industry have said, it's like never too late to start. And I knew I wanted to start doing it after I had moved, like after my girlfriend and I had broken up. I knew I wanted to start creating content shortly after I moved and start like actually documenting my process, even if they are just like short videos, even if the videos are infrequent. I wanted to at least start it. And I feel like now that I've started it, it's kind of gotten like the ball rolling, and it's a little bit easier to be a little bit more consistent with it now. So there are times I will want to work because I know it will help like create content, just like what I'm doing now. I made a video on, I have all the recordings of like the next video I want to make. I just need to edit it, and I enjoy editing. It's just it's time consuming and it takes away from me trying to focus on the business and like list more cards, because I need to list so many more cards. I have like literally like almost 20 times more cards than I have listed right now. I'll drop you that alert, but unfortunately I have to get back to working. All right, Samuel, I definitely appreciate you coming in and chatting, though. It's good to know that the stream is working, it's doing decently well, and yeah, have people that are interested in, I guess, like coming by and hanging out. Oh, that's what I need to do. Downloads. Make sure I actually listed all of my cards from is the next card. A bad of listing in like 7K a day than not listing for 2 weeks. I mean, listing 7,000 cards, that's good. That's kind of like how I do it. I'm not like super consistent either. I will do them in batches. But like all of my One Piece stuff, or a lot of my One Piece stuff, I've already kind of organized and sorted. There's like another sort that I need to do for the next 2 sets. But after I'm done like listing this set, I will work on sorting the next 2 sets, list those, and then I will probably start doing Magic again. Okay, so I did 3. You guys let me know if it freezes when I do this. I'm not sure if it, like on my end, on my screen, it freezes my, like both of my screens, like my main screen and my laptop screen whenever I use the snipping tool. But I'm not sure if it only freezes it because it's trying to, oh, did I make it too big? I think I did. I think it's just trying to show you like what you're going to snip. I'm hoping that's saved correctly. Yeah, I feel like this is my least favorite part about listing cards, is having to do this. It's just more, it's so much more time consuming than listing Magic cards, like the CSV. And I know a lot of people say it may not be worth it, but I feel like I'm the only... There's like 1 or 2 other people that I see consistently list Japanese One Piece on TCG Player. So the market is small. And I feel like my cards do sell because there aren't a lot of... there is not a lot of Japanese One Piece on TCG Player. I feel like even like on eBay, there's not a lot. It's not freezing when I'm using the snipping tool. Okay, that's good. Yeah, everything kind of like grays out on my screen. I wasn't sure if it was like freezing the screen in any way. Yeah, wish there was there might be like a faster way of doing like what I'm doing now. I just don't know what the process is or what could be potentially faster. I know like having like some sort of card scanner would definitely be faster. But I feel like I have this process down now where it's a little bit mindless and it's easy to, like, it's not too difficult to do. I was definitely a lot slower doing this when I first figured out how to do this or thought about like doing this. And I got this idea from like another YouTube video I watched a long time ago where someone that listed cards on eBay, even though they weren't like foreign cards, he was like listing cards on eBay. And rather than taking a photo of the cards, I think they were like sports cards or something, he was just using stock photos of them. I feel like it would save more time bulk lotting it on eBay, but if you're seeing good sales, keep at it. So I do have like bulk lots on eBay. Let's see if I can bring it up. I haven't made a sell on eBay in such a long time. Is it going to... I actually made these bulk lots before I made these bulk lots before I started to list on TCG Player, and they don't really sell for some reason. I don't think my prices are like too crazy expensive. I haven't checked these in so long. So I started off with OP09, which was, I think it still is, the newest set for One Piece. And I would have play sets of them. So I have different play sets you can buy. I even have like variation listings. So I have every single card for One Piece 9 when it comes to like the common, uncommons, the leader, and the Dawn cards. I even have like leader play sets. I've created all kinds of like variations. I think I even have like what is this? A complete. I guess this is a little bit expensive. I could probably drop the price of this. But it's basically for, this is before like the English version came out. I made it so you could have 4 of every single Japanese common and uncommon card. And yeah, there was like no interest. I even had I think an auction listing, and I had set it at a starting price of like $40 or $50, and those didn't even sell. I feel like One Piece just doesn't sell too well on eBay. There may be ways to make it sell better. I just don't know. Yeah, I don't know how to, and I just need to maybe think of a way, or it's either just like doing bulk lots, because I have so much bulk, and just like sell the bulks for like bulk lots for cheap. Maybe put it in like a flat rate mailer of like 5,000 cards and like list it for $50 plus like shipping. Yeah, I forgot how much the shipping is for those flat rate mail. It's like $20 or something. So I don't know, 5,000 cards for like $70. Could be a good deal, but I'm not sure. I just know that I'm going to have to start like selling them in bulk soon, because after like all the shelves behind me start getting full of like bulk, I will need to have to start like fire selling them, creating some sort of like bulk lots. But yeah, I'm not at that point yet, since I do have more space in my current home, but I know I will have to eventually start bulk lotting them for cheap. Yeah, I know RNG Games does a lot of Pokemon bulk. He's always talking about like how his Pokemon bulk flies off the shelf. I just don't know how he does his listings exactly. I tried to like look at his eBay listings, and it doesn't seem any different than like what like other people do. Like I saw his like I think it was like his most recent video of him talking about how he sells 100 of every single type of land. So it's like 500 lands for Magic. I forgot how much he sold them for, but he talks about how those sell really well. I have like a ton of lands. I don't know how many thousands of like lands I actually have, but I could make those as well. I just don't think my lands are all in near mint condition. And I don't know if his lands typically are in near mint condition, because if he's opening up a lot of like commander boxes or jumpstart, he has like a ton of lands that are like in near mint condition. Some of the lands I've gotten, I've like been like gifted before when I first started, so some of them might be in like lightly played or like medium played, but I feel like as long as you let people know in advance that they're in those conditions, they're okay with that. But if people are buying bulk land lots, then you would have to assume that they're okay with their lands not being in near mint condition. I think the only time people may want lands in near mint condition is if they're like the more expensive lands, like shock lands, or like full art lands. I always forget what number I left off at. Okay, I'm at 9. So 10. Yeah, I sometimes wish I could like split myself in half and have my other half do this other part for me that I enjoy doing less. I really don't like this part about like listing Japanese One Piece. Even like listing them, it takes more longer because I need to make individual listings for each card. $100 bulk lots with guaranteed holo or cheap EX card would be great for parents who don't want to spend like $6 for a pack of 15 cards. Yeah, I thought about doing that. I've created some and posted some on Facebook Marketplace, like locally, but yeah, none of those have sold. It's just like if you need to pick a good amount of cards to sell, because if it's only 100 cards, right? Let's say you put those 100 cards in like a bubble mailer, it's still going to cost you what, like $5 or $6 to mail that out. So unless you're putting the shipping costs on the customer, you're not going to be able to sell those bulk lots for very much. Let's say you sell it for like $5, so it's like $10 for 100 cards. I mean, it's not bad if you're, as a buyer, it's not like a bad deal as long as you are getting some value, like you said, like a guaranteed amount of holos, and like a cheap super rare card or an EX card or something. But like, how much money are you really, like as a seller, then how much money are you really making selling a bulk lot like that? Because you need to sort through your cards, make sure like that EX card is not, or like a 4 card is not worth like very much, and then put those like lots together. So you are like, I mean, it's kind of like what I'm doing, I guess. So you're trading your time to make money, essentially. It's just, it depends on how well they sell. But it is something that I want to try and do. I just wish I had more English Pokemon. I don't know how well Japanese Pokemon bulk lots would sell. Like, you would have to sell them cheaper than like the English counterpart. How much cheaper, I don't know. I would either have to maybe offer like more cards. So maybe not 100 cards. I would have to offer like 150 cards or even 200 cards for the same price as like an English bulk lot. So like, yeah, there's so many like different things to think about, and I think that's like the downside about trying to deal with different TCGs. Like, if I just did Pokemon, then I could focus like all my energy on like trying to think of different ways to sell Pokemon cards. But because now it's like I mainly have One Piece, Pokemon, and Magic, it's like I'm split multiple ways. I have like a bunch of like Star Wars Unlimited cards. I have a lot of Flesh and Blood cards as well. I have like some other like random ones. I think I even have like some Final Fantasy. I have some Dragon Ball. Those are all like smaller amounts, like maybe like 1,000 of those cards. But like even those, I'm thinking like any of the Dragon Ball cards that I have, it's like I might as well just maybe put on eBay and just sell it for like super cheap and like get rid of it, and then not take any more of cards from that trading card game. But yeah, I'm not sure. It's something I need to think about. Did I? 11. Okay, last one. 12. Alright, at least this part is like not as boring. Because I get to actually see how much these cards go for. This one goes for a penny. Oh, I need to get them prepped. I realize. Yeah, I think if you can stick with one trading card game, it would have been better if I just stuck with one. I was thinking too big too quickly, and I got myself into too many trading card games. But I am trying to like focus it more now. I'm only doing One Piece right now because I get like an unlimited amount of One Piece cards. Pokemon has, super popular, so it's like, yeah, like definitely do Pokemon while it's going well. If it was my choice, I probably would have only done Magic and Pokemon. But yeah, I had a good opportunity to be able to get a lot of One Piece for cheap, and even like within like this like One Piece bulk, there are a bunch of cards that I have that are like in the 1 to like 250 range. So I've been able to make a decent amount of money off this One Piece bulk. I just don't like having to list them. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16, 18, 20, 2, 4, 6, 8, 27. Yep. Yeah, so that was 27 cards there that I listed. I try not to list more than 30 of the same card. And then the rest, like, I'm probably just going to put, like, in a bulk bin, or maybe potentially try to put them on eBay. Okay, so, like, this page is loading. Oh, wait, I got an order. $384, okay, that's good. It's nice because it was $384 and total amount was $511. If he just spent $1.16 more, he could have gotten free shipping and more cards. This is another penny card. Two, 4, 6, 8, 10, 2, 3, 13. It is always fun being able to find a card worth more than my floor price, though. But these cards are always, I feel like there's only like maybe 1 or 2 uncommons in each set that are higher than my floor price. Like finding commons for $1 more than bigger hits in the set. Yeah, that's what I like too. Like I realized, what was it, Murders of Karlov Manor, which was like what the first play boosters or play booster packs. I was finding a lot of like Slime Against Humanity, and I was like, wow, this common card is worth like $1 or $2. So I would go through like the bulk bins at the card shops and try to see if I can pull any slimes, and I found a handful of them. I wish I held on to them longer though, because I felt like I sold them like $1 cheaper than how much they were going for. 10, 2, 5, 6, 8, 10, 2, 22. Yeah, but because a lot of these cards are like the cheapest ones are going, like the TCG low is like a penny. I mean, it tells me that One Piece is a pretty healthy game. There must be a lot of people like ripping packs, have a bunch of bulk, and they're trying to sell their bulk. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 11. You opened at 9 boxes, and those lands in the set are so good. Value-wise, it's crazy. I got in on those boxes for 83 a piece. See, I wish I had bought when they were that cheap. I remember seeing them at 90, and I didn't buy them. But that set was, like, draft-wise, that set was so unpopular. I did have fun playing it. I still have a lot of... I don't know how many packs I have. I probably have at least... I don't know... 60 to 70 packs of Karlov Manor that I haven't opened. And that's all from, like, winning drafts and stuff. But I wish I did buy... I wasn't thinking about selling, like, doing, like, what I'm doing now. So, I never thought about, like, oh, I could buy boxes, open them up, get all those like lands that like shot up in price, those surveil lands, and make a bunch of money that way. Like, I'm glad I still have all of my packs still, and I don't know, I might create content with those packs and like open them. I thought about like doing like those like rip and chips, but I don't know if people do rip and chips for Magic. Kind of packs from drafts, yeah. Remember that box that I had pulled earlier, and it shows you all those like foundations? All those foundations packs that I had, that was only from a pre-release. So I have all of my Karlov Manor pre-release winnings, which is probably like in the 25 to 28 range. And then whenever I would draft, you know, I would win like 1, 2, or 3 packs. So just having like going to drafts like every week, sometimes... I know at the height, I was going to 3 different drafts every week. I accumulated a good amount of packs just from drafting. So the surveil lands that I did eventually sell, those were all from like what I've opened, either from a pre-release or like cards that I had actually like drafted. I remember like back when I was drafting Murders of Karlov Manor, the price of those surveil lands weren't going for very much. So I was actually picking cards that were going to help me win the draft rather than drafting it for value. Like back then, some of those surveil lands were only going for maybe $2 or $3 each. And like now, like I don't know how much they're at now, like $10 to $20 each or something. So yeah, I wish I was able to buy, like, even like more recently, like late last year. I remember you could still get them for like $95 to $100 a box, and I was hesitant on buying them, but I wish I pulled the trigger and just bought a bunch. But that's crazy that you were able to get 9 boxes for that cheap. That's how I would like to build up like my inventory, is having being able to find boxes that have good like estimated value, opening those up and actually adding cards to my inventory while still like making money. Yeah, it was a ton of fun being able to draft and like win packs. Like the next pre-release, I know that there's the Innistrad Remastered, and I think that one is going on like this weekend at my like local card stores. But that one's kind of expensive to do. I think the pre-releases are like $50 each, since it's a more like premium set. I didn't study the cards. I didn't like look at any of the cards, so I don't feel like I would have been prepared if I tried to go to one of those pre-releases. I feel like I'm okay when it comes to looking at a card and knowing if it's like a good card to be put in a deck, but I feel so out of practice now that I haven't been drafting like regularly. I don't even play on Arena anymore, so I'm really only playing Magic like once every 2 to 3 months, and I feel super rusty because of that. So the next set that is coming out in like 2 or 3 weeks, Aether Drift, I don't know what type of set that's gonna be, but I like usually a week before pre-release weekend, I will like go to like Scryfall, like look at every single like common and uncommon, at least try to like look at every single one of those cards, and then I'll just like go through the pre-release, and whatever rares I open, I learn them on the fly, and I try to like build like a winning deck. And most pre-releases, like just like drafts, I will go 2-in-1. And at the local card store that I go to, if you go 2-in-1, you can win 5 packs. So you get your pre-release kit, which costs $30. You get those 6 packs plus that like promo card, which is pretty decent deal already. And then even if you're only able to go, let's say like a 1-in-2, 1-in-2 gets you 3 packs. So for $30, you get 9 packs. So that's what, $3 and like 13 cents a pack or something? That's pretty good. I can somewhat consistently go 2-in-1. So getting 11 packs for $30 is usually worth it. And that's why I sign up for all of the pre-release events on the pre-release weekends. Just because like I know like business-wise it will get me a lot of packs and I can go and have fun. So I'm sort of making money while also kind of having fun. I wish I had more time to play, though. What number am I on? 6. Yeah. Like, I would like to be good enough at drafting where I could draft at least once a week and have all those earnings to be able to fund the business. Like, I would love drafting as my main source of sourcing Magic cards. We should have a card shop like that. Yeah. So, have you heard of Card Kingdom before? Card Cargo. I mean, I'm sure you've heard of Card. I mean, if you've heard of TCG Player, you've heard of Card Kingdom, you've heard of like those other bigger stores. Okay, I'm on this card. So, anyways, Card Kingdom. They have 2 stores here in Washington. They're not called Card Kingdom stores. They're called Moxes, and that's where I go. I go to one of their locations in order to do their pre-releases. That's how I got into Magic. Is I went to my first pre-release and did that and had a lot of fun. And ever since then, I used to draft, and I would always go to all my pre-releases there. Because like whenever you go to like the nearest card store close to me right now, where I currently live, they have pre-releases there, but they charge about $5 extra for their pre-releases, and I think you only get 1 pack for every win. So even if you go 3-0, you only get 3 packs, whereas Card Kingdom store, if you go 3-0, you win 7 packs. So they have a pretty generous payout. And I think that's why they always typically sell out. I didn't even know the store and the online store and the physical store were linked because they have different names. But I saw people talking about Card Kingdom and how they have physical stores. So something that I do with my Magic cards is if Card Kingdom actually gives you store credit, and the store credit amount is like the same as how much it would cost like if I were to sell it on TCG Player and get that money, there's like less risk involved where I don't have to send the card to someone, I don't have to ship it to them, and then it's kind of like what I'm going through right now. A person says like they didn't get the card. I can just sell it directly to Card Kingdom, get store credit for it because they give you 30% extra if you take store credit. And I'll use that store credit to pay for my pre-release. So like the last, I think 2 or 3 pre-releases, I've essentially paid from just like selling cards to Card Kingdom, because all I need to do is like, I don't know if you know what like the pre-release boxes look like. But I mean, like even if you have one of these like ETBs or bundles from like Magic, you can like put all of your cards in there that you want to sell to them, and you just like literally you walk it up to their desk and say that you want to sell your cards to Card Kingdom, fill out a form, and they will like mail it for you. So I don't even have to pay for shipping, and I get store credit for it like within like a week or so. So that's how I like to fund my pre-release habits now. If I draft it more regularly, I could probably fund like my drafting habits. Like, actually, I think I have my wallet from the like last time I drafted 5 or 6 months ago at the Card Kingdom store for their Sunday drafts. If you go 3-0, you have the option to either get, I think they only give you like 3 packs if you win. Maybe it's 4, or you can decide to take a free draft voucher for the next time. So I've had one of those before, and I still have it in my wallet. So next time I have like a Sunday available where maybe I'm a little bit more knowledgeable about a particular set, or if it's like a set that I really enjoy playing, I can use that voucher and basically draft for free. Alright, I got a lot of these cards. This is the first card I have that's like over 30. It's like, yeah, all these cards I probably would just add to a bulk lot or maybe try to sell on eBay, but I don't think these cards would sell on eBay. What number am I on? 9? No. 10? Nope. 8. Can't remember the channel name, but I know one channel goes over all their cards prior to releasing to review them draft wise. I have to see if I can find it and send it to you. What do you mean by that? Do they... Oh, a channel that like reviews all of the cards. Like for Aether Drift, they will like review the cards. I know there are channels like that, and there were some like local people that are good drafters, that were like professional drafters or like limited players that used to do that. I just don't know if they still do that or not. I used to like to watch their reviews and hear like how they would like rate it. Unless you're talking about Luis LSV. LSV has like, he does like one of those like podcast things, but I think they do the commons and uncommons before the set comes out. But the rares, they never do it on time, and they always seem to come out after the set releases, or like after the pre-release. But yeah, I will typically like listen to those just because it's good to get the perspective of like people that play the game regularly, or even like back when I was playing the game regularly. They're so much better than I am at drafting. It's them. Okay, yeah, I forgot what the podcast was called. I think I might have them. Like I might be subscribed to them on like my main like YouTube channel or main like YouTube account. But yeah, LSV, I like hearing his perspective just because I mean I know that's what he's done at least like the last like 25 30 years is he's spent most of his life drafting, and he knows ins and outs of it. I mean, I know like even for drafting, it depends on the person. Some people might be better at playing certain cards compared to like others, or some people might like certain archetypes better. Like I know some people like playing control. I feel like I'm terrible at playing control. So they give you, I feel like they do give you a pretty objective view on like how good certain cards are, or like what combinations might be good. But yeah, I definitely like listening and hearing those type of podcasts or those type of reviews. That way it kind of lets me, let's say like I'm like doing this and I have that on the background and I'm just like listening to them talk about it. And sometimes I'll watch it. I'll actually like watch the whole thing 2 or 3 times because I'm not fully paying attention, and I can like glance over every once in a while and see what card they're talking about, and get a perspective on like how good I should rate a particular card when I do open it up in my like pre-release kit. Like, have you ever been to like a pre-release before, or have you only done the sealed events on Arena? Yeah, see, like this is like one of the bulks that I got. It's the same card that I listed before, but it's a different foil. How many of them do I have? I have 4, so I have a play set of them. I can probably list these ones for a little bit more. Let's see, which is the next 4. Go list them for like 24 cents. This guy has them for 25. He has 5 of them, so maybe I'll list mine for 24 cents each. It's better than 19, I guess. $24 for them. Great. It's great for when I'm sorting or listing. Yep, that's what I used to like to do. Sorting or listing, or just while I'm doing something, I like having it in the background. When I used to have to make like long, like 30-60 minute drives to like to and from work, I used to like listen to them. What's your favorite color combo when you play? Nope, I've never been, unfortunately. Okay, so because my experience of Magic is so much like more narrow than most people. Like, I played Magic in the mid 90s, so I played like during like 4th edition, and like White Blue was my favorite back when I was a teenager. But I only played for maybe a couple of years, and I don't even know if I was playing Magic properly back then. But since I've started playing Magic since Lost Caverns of Ixalan, and like playing on Arena, playing aggro decks have been fun. Like, I don't know if the starter deck that I would play on Arena just to get like those easy wins still exists, but I liked White Red. I think I like the more aggressive decks, and I feel like White Red, White Green in like the last year have been pretty strong colors. I feel like anything that will give you good value, I feel like I always lean into white. For the most part, I feel like white has always been pretty strong in the last year, so yeah, I feel like I've been staying away from blue and black more. So I feel like it's white, green, red. Those are like the 3 colors that I like the most. But I try to play whatever is the strongest. I think in Outlaws of Thunder Junction, I actually played a lot of green-black because that was good. If I could do white-green, I played it, but after a few weeks of drafting, after the first few weeks of Outlaws of Thunder Junction, white-green was drafted a lot. So yeah, I try to go green-black if I can. I don't really remember. I think Outlaws of Thunder Junction was the last time I drafted regularly. So like Blue Merle, Modern Horizon 3, all those other sets after that, like Foundations, I didn't draft at all. I only did the pre-releases for. But yeah, if you can ever make it to a pre-release event, those are a lot of fun. I feel like playing in person at a pre-release is fun because a lot of people there are a lot more green, a lot newer. They're a lot more casual. I feel like when I go to a draft, a lot of those guys there are a little bit more hardcore, and they're a little bit more, I don't know what the word is. It's like some of them can be intimidating, but they're also kind of douchey in a way. They expect you to be on the same level as them, and they expect you to know what the cards are. So my memory's bad, and I don't play very much, so I have to read cards a lot. Like, I'm always wanting to like look at someone's card. but I feel like some of those players, they don't like it when you touch their card or try to read their cards. They almost like expect you to already like know what the cards do. And I'm just like, dude, this is like the pre-release, or like the set's only been out for like a week or two. My issue is they always are like an hour before my work shift. Oh yes. You work well, okay, so the one here in Washington, there are ones that are in the there are afternoon ones, but I know typically magic events do happen in the evening. So that does kind of suck that you're unable to make it. Yeah, because ever since I went to my first pre-release, I've gone to every single pre-release. Like that's like the thing I try to always at least make now, even though I don't really play Magic anymore. I say I don't. I truly don't if I'm only like, playing like once every few months, but it's the one time I will make the time and step away from like doing this in order to go play, because I feel like it's a good way of, like I said, it's a really good way of being able to get product and have fun at the same time. So I feel like it's kind of part of the business, and I'm sort of making money, and it also helps me like understand the cards, and like helps me know like what cards are playable and what cards are good and what cards may potentially sell like well. 8 for a pre-release, and since I'm in less dense area, it's like 1 or 2 events a week. Okay. Yeah, so like the place that I go, there are 2 events on Friday. There's 2 on Saturday, and then 1 on Sunday. It's technically 2 on Sunday, but they do something called Two-Headed Giant, which you need like a teammate for. And I don't have any friends that play Magic, so if I knew someone I kind of knew that I got along decently well with, I would go to the Two-Headed Giant one, because that one sounds like a lot of fun. It's basically like 2-on-2. I don't know if Arena has ever had something like that. They should. I think they have it on like Magic Online potentially, but on Arena, I think everything is just like 1-on-1. But the whole like 2-on-2 format sounds like a lot of fun. So I will go to all of the single like 1-on-1 events. So I basically go to 5 pre-releases in 3 days. I'll be right back. I'm gonna grab more iced tea and use the restroom. But yeah, if you can ever make it to one of those pre-release events, I would definitely recommend it. Like I've been trying to get one of my friends that recently showed some interest in Magic to try and go to like the Foundation's pre-release with me, but he was too busy to go to it. It's just a lot more laid back. It's more casual, and I feel like people are just like more excited. Like people are like really excited about like the new set usually, and yeah, I don't know how it would be like in your area, but at least at the pre-releases that I go to, most people are usually pretty friendly. I have met some people like, especially like I was telling you, like if I go 2-0 and then I'm meeting my third opponent, usually my third opponent, they're kind of elitist in a way, and yeah, sometimes they're kind of sore losers. And I'm just like, this is like a pre-release, like you should be having fun. It shouldn't be that big of a deal if you lose, type of thing. Or they just take the game a little bit too seriously. But for the most part, I feel like most people are really nice and super chill, and yeah, especially like when I first like started learning how to play for Lost Caverns Ixalan, I had opponents that were telling me when I was like missing triggers, or like I think they knew that they were going to beat me regardless because my plays were so bad that they were trying to help me, and then like, oh, you should have probably like done this, or they'll give me like tips like after like our matches are over. And yeah, some people are very, very helpful, but every once in a while you do run into people that are not so cool. Violin Hill. Number 9. The art on some of these One Piece cards like kind of crack me up. Like I don't know, what is this? Like it's like a pig in a wedding dress or something. I haven't really watched a lot of One Piece, so I don't know like like who these characters are. Commander Online thing they are planning to release. Most of my friends live out of state but love Commander. Oh. Is Arena finally gonna have like a Commander format? I know they had something that was like Commander, but it was like one-on-one Commander. I've never played Commander before, but I know how popular it is. Like I think that's why like I wanted to get the Foundation's Jumpstart, and I'm thinking about trying to buy some of the Aether Drift Commander decks and buying them just to like open, because I've heard that they always have pretty good value in them. But yeah, I've heard Commander is always like a lot of fun. Commander is very intimidating for me because there are so many different cards in Commander. But I can see how it is a lot of fun, and if Arena does have like 4-player Commander, like how it's supposed to be played in pods, I would consider checking it out. Like I don't really like what's it called? I don't really like Constructed too much because I feel like you're just playing the same decks. So like Standard doesn't seem too interesting to me, although I'm sure it is like decently fun. And I think that's why I gravitate towards playing Limited so much, because every single deck that I draft is essentially a new deck that I have never played before. And even though I don't feel like I'm that good of a drafter, and I'm not really good at thinking on my feet, I like the experience of drafting and trying to create a deck out of nothing and on the fly. Like client-wise, but separate. Commander is super fun, tons of variety, like table politics and deal making is pretty cheap to get into as well. Yeah, that's what I've heard. I've heard of people even like building commander decks out of like bulk cards, or like doing like a commander draft out of bulk cards. But yeah, I definitely know Commander is one of the more popular formats. Like, even when I go to a draft, I always see a ton of Commander players at my like local game stores playing. I feel like it's just time. I just don't have time anymore. Like, all I do is I focus on like this business, or like try to do things around my place. I feel like I went from a player, like my hobby was playing Magic, to where my hobby is now trying to sell Magic and create a business out of it. It's like not like I wish I had like a better balance, and I think I would have a better balance if I actually had a stable income like you do. Like if I actually had even like a part-time job where I knew I had guaranteed income coming in, I would feel more comfortable spending some free time playing a game I like. Like I used to love like video games, like PC games, and I think that's why I used to stream so much on Twitch TVs, because I used to play a lot of card games, like digital card games. But I would play like other kinds of like games as well, and I used to love streaming it. But I haven't done any serious gaming in years now. Like how I started streaming on Twitch was because of a was it Mojang? They had a card game. The creators of Minecraft, they created a card game that lasted a couple of years, and I streamed that game. I did decently well streaming that game, but then I went to a game that was a competitor of Magic who got sued into the ground by Wizards of the Coast, I think. So they no longer exist, but I used to stream that game a lot too, and I used to draft a lot in that game. Let's see, 10, 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 2, 4, 24. I'm finally almost done with this color, and then I can move on to the last color. Yeah, but sales have been definitely slow for me lately. Like what? I've only gotten like one order today. It's like so unusual. I'm used to like waking up and like seeing an extra like 4 or 5 orders. And then like throughout the day I'm getting another 4 or 5 orders, and I don't know what's going on. I definitely know I just need to be listing more. I just thought there would be more value left in the current bulk that I have for Magic already. Because I have, it's probably like 7 or 8,000 bulk cards for Magic listed. They're just not selling. Enjoy Magic but gaming is my main hobby. I love just trying to get top ranking games. I hit Legend and Hearthstone. Oh, Marble Snap. I played that game a lot on my phone. That was like my bathroom game back when it first came out. I don't know how popular that game is now. Big Min Maxer, seeing lots of sealed releases. Yeah, I enjoy min maxing as well. I feel like the min maxing though sometimes it gets a little bit too overwhelming because I get too focused on it. I definitely wish I did have more time to game, but I'm okay. Like I feel like I find a lot of joy doing like what I'm doing now. So that makes me like miss gaming a little bit less. Yeah, if I could, I remember, like 10 years ago, it was like, it was kind of a goal to try and get like Twitch partnered and, stream video games full time as a thing. But my stream started to fall off and I wasn't getting those like consistent like 100 viewer counts every night like I used to. And even though I was like streaming practically every day, it just started to slow down. So I think that started to make me like lose interest in streaming. I mean, I would still love to be able to do it. It's just, it's not guaranteed money. At least like trying to do what I'm doing now is somewhat, it's more steady income than trying to start from nothing. It's almost like trying to start a YouTube channel and make money off of YouTube when it takes a while for it to build up. Microtransactions ruined it. Like they're charging for single border players now, which sucks because gameplays wise, Marble Snap is great. I've heard a lot of good things about Marble Snap, and I heard like some people that would play other like card games actually were making like Marble Snap their like main card game, which I was like kind of surprised because I remember Marble Snap being, it was a lot of there was a lot of RNG and a lot of guessing and like luck and stuff. Like I won a lot of my matches, but I was probably playing at like low ranks, or I was probably playing against like the AI or computer or something. It was cool. I mean, I really like the theme and like the characters and everything. It just wasn't, it didn't feel like, I don't know, maybe I didn't play it long. It didn't feel like there was like a lot of strategy involved for that game. It was kind of like you build into certain lanes, you win your 2 like lanes, and then you just put like all your strongest like characters in like two lanes, sections, rows, I don't know what they're called, and then you win. I mean, it definitely wasn't a bad game. I definitely had fun playing it for like short periods of time, but I didn't see myself playing it long term. I think that's why after like a month or 2, I eventually like uninstalled it. That's how it is for like most mobile games, though. For me, I know you can play that like on Steam as well. I always forget to delete my photos. Ready to classic Hearthstone, it's just more complex. The higher you go, it gets more complicated. Bottom ranks are saturated with bots. Okay, I figured that they were bots because some of the plays that some of my opponents were doing, it seemed like just it seemed kind of stupid and didn't make sense. But like I said, I think I played it when it first released. Like I think I had it, like I pre-registered for it, and yeah, like I played it at least like the first month. I played it, like pretty regularly. I played for like half an hour a day or something. It just wasn't engaging enough for me. Like I wanted, it was good for short periods of time, but it wasn't like I was playing Magic where I could play Magic for, I could draft for a few hours on Arena. It was definitely good in short spurts of time. Easy to like pick up and play. It doesn't take up a lot of time. Yeah, I'm not sure when I played Hearthstone. I know they didn't have a bunch of like. I think I've like looked at it a few years ago, and there's a bunch of different characters and different heroes and different like modes. So I think when I had played, there was only like just like the 1-on-1 ranked, and there was like the drafting thing that you can do. There wasn't like anything else. Now there's what, like something called Brawl or Rumble, or I don't know what it's called. I think if I could build this business enough where I could start to like support myself, I definitely would consider like gaming more again, because I would potentially have like the free time to game a bit. But I think until then, I'm trying to stay away from like really like any like serious gaming, because I kind of have an addictive personality when it comes to gaming. If I get too deep into a game, I could play the game like all day, and then I'm just like, where'd the time go? Like I should be, focusing on like working or like taking care of things I need to do around the house. Like I haven't done my laundry yet. I need to take care of my laundry. Dishes are sitting in the sink. I haven't washed the dishes in a few days. Battlegrounds, it's like, oh, Team Fortress, or no, team, the, I don't know what something tactics? Team fight tactics? I forgot what that stood for again. But card form, it's more popular than standard at the moment. It's so funny how like these genres like kind of just come up and like pop up, and they become like more popular, just like Fortnite. Collection system is just way too slow. I think I have 300 hours on the Steam. Oh, jeez. I mean, I don't mind like long-term games that need to invest like a lot of time in, as long as you are seeing gains and progression. But when it's like stale for like hundreds of hours and you haven't made any kind of like real progression, I think that's when I start to like lose interest, because it's like I'm putting all these hours into the game and I'm not seeing any improvements. 30 hours into a game in a week and never touch it again. Yeah. Team fight tactics. Okay. Yeah. I did play that. I played that with a friend very briefly. It was fun, but every time they had like an update, it was like, "Oh, I don't know what changed. I don't know what characters are good." And it is, yeah, like a drafting mode, but I wasn't playing the game regularly enough. Like I was only playing it like once or twice a week. So I was very like out of the loop of like what characters were good, what builds were good, and I was still learning the game. And just as I was like starting to like learn TFT, they would change it up, and then it's like, oh man, now I need to like relearn everything again. Yeah, I used to play a lot of MMOs too. Like MMOs is like the one thing I will stay away from. I do everything I can to stay away from that. Those are like the worst time sinks ever. Like I played a lot of the big ones, and I don't know how many thousands of hours of my life I lost playing those games. I mean, they were fun, and I met some like long-lasting friends through them. It's just I could have been so much more productive, like doing other things in life. I just tend to go like really hardcore in those type of games, especially the ones where they're like full loot games. Those ones are like my favorite, where like you kill someone and you can loot everything off their body. Those are like the most like heart racing, most like intense type of like, MMOs to play, but uh, I get like way too invested in them, and I will like literally wake up, log in, play all day, only take breaks, go use the bathroom, and like make something to eat, and then I'll like go to bed super late and then like repeat. It's like it becomes like super unhealthy. Never had an issue with MMOs. Mine are ARPGs. Like, oh yeah. See, I'm the same way with. I'm not as bad when it comes to ARPGs. I love ARPGs too. Like, I've been an ARPG fan since the first Diablo. Diablo 3 was, yeah, not not good. Even Diablo 4, not that good. PoE, that one oh god, that was pretty bad for me too, actually. I spent a lot of time in PoE. 12. Yeah, PoE I would spend hours playing too. Like it was a little bit easier for me to like step away from that game. Like I have friends that are asking me if I'm going to be playing PoE too, and I'm just like, I mean, I didn't have a computer at the time. Like my computer is still not working. Like my actual desktop is not working. I bought this laptop just so I could continue working on the business. This laptop is a gaming laptop, and I think it would run like PoE 2 decently well. But I don't want to. I don't even want to go there. I don't want to get hooked. I've already seen like some like videos and trailers of like PoE 2, and it looks like good. I don't know how beginner friendly it's going to be compared to like PoE 1. Like I don't like how time consuming PoE, like the first PoE was. Like just having to set up your tabs in order to like buy and sell things and like looking up builds and planning builds. Like I used to have that like the build planner, and I would try to like create my own builds too, and I'd just be staring at the skill tree for hours, and it's so that game is so time consuming. It's fun, but it's just I wish it was just easier to like pick up and play. Like God, what's the last ARPG I played before my computer like just blue screen and completely died on me? Last Epoch. That game was a good balance between PoE and Diablo. It was like a good middle ground where you could pick it up, come up with a build like on your own, and it would work, and you could take it to endgame. It's dopamine from loot drops, especially with the market on PoE. It's really bad. I think I had 18-hour play session one time. Not very healthy. Yeah. See, I had those kind of sessions too. Like especially when they had the PoE races. I wouldn't do any of the races where they were like multiple days. But let's say they had like a 4-hour race, or even like I like the short races where there were forgot there were like some really short races. I remember I placed like in the top 50 in one of like the 20-minute races before, and I got really lucky, and I was able to progress super fast and get a bunch of experience. I was like, wow, I actually made it into like the top 50 for this race. But yeah, there's so much loot, and they're like loot filter. If I hear like the loot in PoE is like even crazier now. Like where I remember like if I found like a chaos orb, it was like, ooh, wow, or like a divine, it was like really good. But now it's like exalts just kind of like fall from the sky everywhere, it seems. Has ruined my productivity. Yeah, that's why I'm just trying to stay away from gaming. Like I feel like the last game I played, which was with my ex girlfriend, was Stardew Valley. So I don't know if you ever heard of that game or you played of it. I mean, most people that are gamers have heard of Stardew Valley. It's a very like lightweight, simple, casual game. I can play those games and not like I can get lost in those games, but there's not that addictive pull to keep playing like there is for like an MMO or an ARPG like Path of Exile. So I'm able to walk away from Stardew Valley and be like, okay, we played an hour or two. I'm good. Let's go like take care of other things we need to do. Whereas like PoE, it's like 2 hours can go by in like a blink of an eye. It's like you run a few maps, list a bunch of items, sort through your tabs, and it's like 2 hours are gone already. Okay, am I ready to start listing? I think I am. 13. Yeah, alright. I can list these yellows now, and then maybe I can start. Oh god, it's 11:30. I'll probably only, I don't know, maybe I might stop the stream after I'm done like listing these sets of cards, because it's almost midnight already, and I've been trying to be on a decent sleep schedule. I've been going to bed at like usually around 10 to 11, but I took a nap today, so my sleep schedule is a little bit messed up. I just don't want to have that gamer sleep schedule where I'm basically up until like almost the sun's coming up. Like I know you're at work, so like you have to be up, but I actually want to try and have a better sleep schedule so I'm not sleeping during the day. Divines have taken over Exalts for the best currency. Oh, that's interesting. Exalts used to be worth more than Divines, but I'm not sure if they've changed things around. I don't remember exactly what all the different currencies do. Divines are the ones that let you change the tier of the rolls. Like if it was like I forgot, was it like if it was like all resist, you can like re-roll the all resist to be like a higher tier. I don't remember. I didn't really use a lot of the more expensive currencies. Like I don't think I really exalted very much. I don't think I did use like divines, but not very much either. PoE2 is so good. It's crazy it's not even fully done. Yeah, I have a friend that's all he plays is PoE2. I thought it had released already because I was seeing him on playing PoE2 all the time, but I didn't realize he basically bought in to play early. But maybe by the time PoE2 releases, I don't know when it's going to release, this business will be in a better spot and I'll have a little bit of... Now, even then, I don't think I'll ever have the time to really play PoE2 unless they had made PoE2 easier to get into and simplify it a bit more. Yeah, I can have insomnia too. That's why, like, if I can keep a good sleep schedule, I try to these days. Just because I know when it's just me, I don't have like other people to help keep my sleep at a I don't have like those cues where like my partner is going to sleep or I hear everyone else waking up, so I know I need to like wake up as well. I don't have that anymore, so I need to like rely on myself to keep like a better sleeping schedule. Divine Rose of Tears exalt adds to items like prefix stuff. Okay, yes. So I have used some exalts. It was mainly chaos orbs. $8 months to a year. Okay, so that's still a lot of time. I mean, I'm hoping they do make it more casual friendly. Like, if I could make a living playing video games, I think that was always, like, as a kid, that used to be like a dream of mine just because of how much I used to love the game. But being in my 40s now, I know that's just not... That's not an ideal goal to try and do unless I had already a stable income. Once I have a stable income, then I could consider like doing that as like another like a side hustle or like an additional way of being able to generate some sort of income, or even just doing it for fun, like playing leisurely. I would love to be able to like game 2 to 3 hours a day, like where it's like a little bit more healthier rather than like 8 hours a day. Oh god, there's a lot for this color. The yellow cards. Weird. If PoE is algebra, PoE is like pre-algebra. I mean, pre-algebra is easier than algebra. I feel like algebra was... They were both easy for me. I feel like it's when I got to pre-calculus that it was difficult. Now, if you're saying like PoE is like pre-calculus and PoE2 is algebra, then that'd be like a bigger difference for me. I feel like pre-algebra and algebra to me were almost like the same thing. Okay, where's the first card? Nice. Yeah, math I was good at up until a certain point. I feel like I fit the kind of stereotype where being good at, being Asian and being pretty good at math, but it was at pre-calculus where it was like, wow, this is hard math now. Like I was flying by math until I got to pre-calculus. Then calculus really kicked my butt. But I was never good at PoE either. I tried to create my own builds. Was not good at that. I feel like the people that can create like those crazy builds for PoE, they're on a different level. Like I like to take people's builds, play it, and then modify it to my own liking. And I'll tweak it a bit. Like rather than using certain pieces of gear, I'll be like, well, I can't afford that piece of gear. It's really expensive. This is a better budget piece, so I will build my build now around this piece. I won't grab all the same nodes they do, but I'll grab like most of like what they're grabbing as well, especially like the key nodes. I'm just not good enough to make a complete build from scratch. Create a build, optimize. Yeah, you need more than like a bachelor's degree. It's like you need to be like a programmer or something. My mind just doesn't work that way. I'm unable to like look at different skills and then be like think about like how they would all like link together like that. I mean, I would eventually get there. I just can't come with it in the speed and as well as some people, like those people that create builds, do it. Yeah, I think it's just pretty amazing how they can come up with such unique builds like that. I mean, it's fun though. I just feel like PoE just has hundreds of different like fun builds you can do. Like even within like just like one particular like class, there's like endless builds that you can do. I mean, there's like variations of like the same build sometimes, just using like different weapons or different pieces of like key gear. I feel like I never ran out of builds to try. Especially if I was playing like hardcore. Oh no, I forgot to list. Like hardcore was fun, but when you die, it's like you need to remake that character again, and dying to like lag or being one-shotted, that was always kind of brutal. Oh, really? This is only worth... This is what I hate. I only have one of this card. That point, like at this point, I'm not even sure if it's even like worth listing. But I already have the photo for it, so I'm doing it anyways. It's just like a foil version of that card. So much game knowledge and skill interactions. Plus, the developers are awesome. I'm always hoping. Yeah, I think it's the one free to play game I spent the most money on. I don't know how much money I put into that game, but just all the tabs and cosmetics and what other stuff. Just the tabs, all the currency tabs. I know, like each time I go back to like POE, it's been a few years since I last played POE, but each time I would go back to POE, and then there's like all those like extra currency tabs. I want those like currency tabs to be all organized. So I probably spent between like $200 and $300 on that game. Just yeah, just buying all those tabs. Tons of stuff. Like, had endless amount of stash tabs. I was such a pack rat in that game. I kept so many different pieces of gear because it's like, oh, I might try to make that build, so I will keep it in case. Or if I was playing hardcore, then I was keeping a lot of like mediocre like leveling gear in case I died. And then it's like, well, I died. I have all this like backup gear to like restart a character again. Then you'd have all like there's some like pieces of gear or like skill gems that are just good for like every single like leveling up build. Yeah, all this PoE talk makes me miss gaming though. But more of a reason why to try and focus on this business more and grow it. So eventually, one day, hopefully, I'll have more free time. It's just like really tough for me to do physically like labor intensive work now. My body just doesn't do as well as it used to when I was like younger. Usually just like in a lot more pain, and I can't go for like long periods of time, like being on my feet, like working like all day like I used to. Which is why I had the idea of like trying to start this business, because I at least could like sit down and it's not like hard on my body. It's not like mentally stressful too, like my previous job. They paid pretty well, but I was pretty stressed out every day. Genbo. Yeah, I've yet to see one of these common or uncommon cards that are worth above my floor price. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10. 2, 3. 3. This doesn't sound like Lofi anymore. I'm curious to see how if this stream does get saved into video form and then gets uploaded onto YouTube, and how the views would do. If I do get like a decent amount of views on YouTube for having like a save VOD or a save stream like this, I might try to do this a little bit more regularly, because I'm able to kind of like work and kind of like upload a video, I guess, in a way. Super rare. Yeah, I learned a lot about basic economics from gaming. People say like gaming like rots your brain, but I feel like games or gaming in general can actually be pretty you can learn a lot of things from it. Like I like to play the economic side of like video games, so like in MMOs. I played a lot of like the auction house or like the marketplace. That's where I had a lot of fun. And I think that's why like this is all like fun to me, because it's almost like playing a video game in a sense. Now, if you're doing pretty physically labor intensive work for like most of your life, it starts to catch up to you. I know in my 20s I was still okay. Up until like my mid 30s, I was like doing okay, but now that I'm older, um, yeah, the physical labor is just it's a lot harder on me, especially being diabetic. I don't know how long editing wise it takes, but maybe 2 videos a week, then 2 streams. While working could be nice balance of edit content and streaming content. Yeah, potentially. I don't know. I mean, like doing this, like having this stream now, I'm probably not as productive because I am stopping and talking with you as well, which I don't mind. It's just it's not me just like focusing on work. I think eventually maybe I'll have streams where I will maybe interact with chat like every once in a while and mainly focus on work. I don't know. I'm not sure how to do it. Like I do shorts as well. I try to create shorts out of like videos, but I'm just trying to think of like different ways of creating easy and quick content in order to, I guess, like bring more awareness to the channel. But yeah, editing can take some time. I'm just trying to keep the amount of time I spend editing low right now. So I'm not trying to do anything fancy. I don't want to have to like learn and research on how to edit videos like at like a higher quality. So I'm okay with my videos being a little bit more basic for now. Oh yeah, the concrete floors can be really hard on your knees. Having like good shoes does help, but even having good shoes, like if you're standing on hard floors like that, it definitely doesn't help. Like yeah, my last job I was standing for like 11 to 12 hours a day, and it wasn't concrete floors, but they were like hard floors. No, I don't mind if you message a lot. I mean, that's the reason why I have the stream. It's to be able to like interact with people. I think I just need to find a good balance between yeah, I don't know. I guess I don't know how like what the good balance would be. Cuz I feel like the purpose of a stream is to be able to like interact with people, right? It's what I actually do enjoy doing. At least like when I used to stream like on Twitch, when I used to do a lot of gaming, I enjoyed like the whole interaction part. But with interaction, it also means you're less productive. Like it's harder for me to be able to. Maybe if I was sorting, it'd be a little bit easier. But if I'm like listing cards, I need to take my eyes off of like the listing and then like read chat and then like respond to it. I think if I'm sorting, I could maybe talk and work a little bit more easily at the same time. But I've also seen like people have just like streams where they have like everything muted, and it's just like you get to see like what they're doing, and they don't really respond to their chat, and I don't know like if streams like that would do well. I don't think as like such a small like YouTuber and small channel right now that would do very well. So yeah, I'm not sure. I'm trying different things right now. I just want to see like what streaming on YouTube would be like. Was curious. I'm hoping this stream saves and it then gets uploaded onto YouTube. I don't know how people are gonna even find the VOD if it does get saved, and if there would even be anyone like watching it. So it's very much so like trial and error for me. I'm trying to try different things to see what potentially would work. I think streaming when you're like a bigger channel, it's probably more, I don't know if profitable is a word, because you'll have a lot more people watching, which means you're probably generating more income from the amount of people that are watching your stream or like watching your VOD later on, especially if they're like watching the entire VOD and it's like a few hours long. That's like more watch time. Like I'm still like learning on how to like make money doing YouTube. Next card. TCG bulking, sort and talk. Pokeani does the same streams while packing orders sometimes. Listing seems to take a bit more concentration. Yeah. So I don't think I've seen Bulk Kings do a longer form sort and talk kind of stream or VOD in a really long time. I actually haven't just seen him post very much in like the last few months. Pokeani, I think I've seen one of his. I think he just has them into like short videos, and he has a bunch of like cameras all around his place, which I only have my like one camera other than like my webcam, but I definitely just need better like video recording gear. I actually need better mics. Like I know like my mic through my computer is not very good. I know the mic through my phone is not very good. Like I need an actual like dedicated mic, like a wireless mic or something. I think if I can like up the production value by having like better lighting, better mics, better. I think my phone does pretty good video, but being able to have like better video, that will help a bit. I know video editing does help a decent amount, and that's where I don't want to spend too much time on right now, just because I'm trying to build the TCG part of the business rather than trying to focus on like the YouTube part of the business. Yeah, I think TCG Bulk Kings was one of the first guys I started watching in order to get like started. I found like Pokeani like later. I wasn't really into Pokemon at the time, so TCG Bulk Kings, RNG Games. Those were the guys that like popped up when I started like searching for things on YouTube of like how to start like a TCG player account, or how to like start selling cards on TCG Player, how to start selling cards on like eBay. Those were the guys that were showing up for me. But now it's like I see a lot of like smaller channels as well, like Legendary Cardboard is like another like new guy. Game Vitamins is another new guy. There's another Asian guy that I watch. He's a bit smaller that also does like bi-weekly or like weekly videos. But yeah, there's a lot of like smaller channels now, and I like to watch them just to see like how do they do things. Like if they show how they like pack their orders, I like to see that. I'll probably be making like a video like that eventually. I feel like I need like a good like a phone stand or like a webcam stand in order to be able to do like a top-down view of what it looks like on how I like package orders. Um, I just don't have the right equipment and gear to be able to do certain kinds of videos at this point. And I feel like that's why I just do a lot of like I'm just like talking to the camera type of videos. Or ones where I could just hold my phone and kind of show people like what things I have or like certain processes. 7. I think for me it's just trying to decide and figure out like what things I actually can use or what things I actually need. Oh, this card actually might have some value. It's the first card in a while I haven't seen that wasn't just a penny. It's dropping down in price. Oh no, this guy has 60 of them for 10 cents. So it's still a 19-cent card for me. It's just not a bunch of people selling it for a penny. I mean, that's still good. They might sell. Right. 40. All right, Cargill. Thanks for stopping by. I will talk to you next time.